Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
They'll hear you on the live. Does that make sense? You should be able to hear each other. Right? Point of the live.
Yes.
I love it. Yeah.
I match your hair.
Yeah. Yes. These are the little things that we do to make ourselves happy. Do
Oh,
you
no. How do I
buy
do
the
it?
socks to make you happy, or does your wife buy them because she thinks it's funny?
No, because.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because they think it's funny.
That just makes
So
me.
because the internet's not working for you, even though you mark me on. Right. You started again. Yeah, it's rocket like
Yours is super neat. Hide all the junk. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. Clever. It's very smart.
Yeah, you probably have to show you like orange frogs, huh?
Yes, sir.
Gave them.
I ain't got no, I don't have any pictures for them.
And I'm doing.
This guy's UT.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, looks like the internet's not working. Let me get my-
Kelly. I would.
Yeah.
Can you just show it up there?
I can, no.
Levels above everything.
Beginning throughout, and I probably will have to step away, but I should go.
Yeah, you probably need to like the internet. Could you email her the presentation?
Yeah. No, email me, I email her.
So, yeah,
Randy about that.
Bless you.
Retreat to at 9:34.
Right.
Facilitator is Dr. Jacinto Ramos. He are visiting us from Texas. After we're done.
Okay.
Welcome, Dr. Ramos.
Thank you. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. Which adults need to change first? Us being who?
Let's do leaders. There you go.
Us, the board, administration, leaders, federal leaders. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. Which adults need to change first? I do. I do, and that's why I invited you here. Tell me more. Thank you. And by the way, thank you for modeling I statements, which is going to be a thing for the next 2 days. So I heard you say, it's important to me for onboarding. It's important to me to know more than what I don't know to be able to positively impact students. Okay. There's a lot I don't know. Thank you. Who else will share? Student outcomes won't change until adult behaviors change. Which adults need to change first? My behaviors show if I'm here for kids or if I'm not here for kids. Thank you. So we want to begin by thanking you and giving you gratitude as a board and as leadership. If you've gotten a chance to glance at one of the scholarly pieces I shared with you, training is not something that boards typically really want to indulge themselves in. Although they have high expectations of the superintendents and administrators to do a lot of training, the teachers and everyone throughout the school system. And so it begins with gratitude for you as a board that you have prioritized professional development for yourselves and that you've opened a space to do it with the leadership team. Gratitude. It's not required of you. You're not going to get a bunch of extra points for it. But still, you've chosen to separate 2 full days for professional development. So thank you. And then again, even for the leadership team that you've made time to engage in this journey with the board, so that you can also acquire the language that they're about to get, and that we can minimize what is riddled in the research of misalignment from the board to the classroom. And so the gratitude is as genuine as we can show up, that we would come from Texas to engage with the board who's anxious to do the work versus there's tons of other boards who are not wanting to do anything with that. And we'll continue to perpetuate their patterns that continue to produce the same results over and over and over. And no change really comes for student outcomes, and particularly for the well-being of students. So I want to begin by asking you to reflect. Great coaches replay the tapes. So I will invite you to replay the tape on your leadership from the role that you have. Replay the tape on your leadership and reflect on when your time has come to an end from your role. What do you envision having been accomplished? So when your time comes to an end from your role, what do you hope would have been accomplished? And I want you to write it down and try to get it down to 10 words or less. And I'll open the floor up here in a little bit and see what your 10 words are. So just to make sure we're clear again, replay the tape of your leadership. When your time has come to an end, what do you hope to have been accomplished in 10 words or less? Once you've identified your 10 words or less, I'll ask you to partner up with someone. And I'll give you just a couple of seconds because I'm going to give you just enough time to read out those 10 words or less. And I'll give you just a little bit more time to briefly explain what those 10 words mean to you if you need to. So go ahead, give you a little bit of time. Find a partner. There's going to be one team who's going to have 3 people on there, so you can decide who that will be for now. Yeah, and feel free to move around. You don't have to stay at your seats. Go ahead, find partner. There'll be one team that'll have 3 people on it.
Mine would. Road. And like simplified.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I made 2 because I second one and that one was also. Only need 20.
Hmm?
Only 24 or no, 14.
Here. Coffee shit in the back of my throat.
Dissertation.
It's very light. Starbucks. Is it? Starbucks is light. Light. Depends which one you get. They're long. Yeah, I mean, they're similar, but a little bit different.
That right? Yeah.
I have to evaluate it pretty soon. What's the contract? Evaluation of the suit. We do it before December 18th. The state, or is it the, or is it the contract? The policy. Here? Yeah. So even though she's brand new, they're still gonna do it though? Looks like it. Yes, if the superintendent's contract is in its first year, the initial evaluation, and the confidence of evaluation will be used to allow the communication perspective. Okay, we'll come back. Who will share first? And I'll ask you to just read your 10 words or less. No explanation. Yes. Thank you. Who else? Yes.
Equitably create.
All right. Thank you. Who else? Ten words or less.
I will have supported policy that helps students feel.
One more person will share. Okay. All right. Why didn't I hear, why didn't anyone write down to make sure that the uniforms are the right color? Or why didn't I hear that, to make sure that the building is built the way that I would like to see it built? Why didn't anyone write down to see so-and-so get the promotion that I've been so wanting them to get? Why didn't we hear any of that? I'm asking.
at the end of your term or retirement, like those aren't things that people remember or make a lasting impact. Matters as much.
Doesn't matter as much. Why do school systems exist? Because children exist. What is the purpose of the school system?
Like, there are multiple purposes, right? The federal government has designed our school system. I mean, our purpose is to educate children. But
Our purpose is to educate children. Thank you. Why else? Why do school systems exist? How do you get your funding allocated? I watched your meeting last night. A long conversation about the monies and the adults and the other folks who, but how are they determining who's getting monies and for how much? Bless you. Why are the funds allocated? For what purpose? To support student learning. So the students are learning. So let's be clear. The reason why school systems exist is to improve student outcomes. Yes, everything else matters as well. Yes, it matters that if we pass a bond and what the purpose of that bond is. Yes, it matters that we be vigilant about the budget. Yes, it matters that we attract and that we hire the best possible personnel. All of those things matter. And the main purpose of why a school system exists is to improve student learning. And we frame that in the terms of student outcomes in this work. Now, the question, and it's just a rhetorical question of what do most boards typically focus their time on? And that's around the country, that's usually not the case. And most boards that walk into a boardroom walk into an established culture and very quickly will adopt the behaviors that have been already preceding them in that boardroom. The agenda, how did the agenda get designed? Why is it designed this way? How do we elect officers? How do we engage community? How do we evaluate the superintendent? There are so many variables that come in for a board that there is usually not a school board school for people running for school board. And we'll get into a little bit deeper later on as to what those patterns can be that come into a school board room and how quickly we can lose focus on that student outcomes is the priority. Because that's not how systems around us typically are designed. And yet, we don't have the time and we're not going to be able to delve into this concept. So I'm going to invite you to just kind of humor me. There's a mindset that we do here that's called I am the genesis of transformation is the reason why I asked you which adults' behaviors need to change first. And you're right. It's me. It's I. I have to be willing to adjust my behaviors and also become conscious and become present in my patterns so that I can engage and choose to change the trajectory of the school system if it needs to be changed and adjusted. If the pattern of Phoenix Elementary is working just fine, then no adjustments really are needed. But then I would probably argue, if you're complacent, then that could be problematic. Jim Collins' Good to Great says that good is the enemy of great. It invites mediocrity. And if anyone is mediocre in this movement, then all your data points have probably got to be at max capacity and you have no room for improvement, which I have yet to see that school system. So what we would say is invite you into this concept of I am the genesis versus the common pretending. The common pretending is it's everybody else's fault. It's everybody else's issues. I am doing what I can and I've done all I could and these are the scores that we have. And so then the question would be probably from the greater community, then what are we all sitting here for? Because I have to believe that I have enough influence to be able to change the trajectory. And if I don't, then that's a whole nother different conversation. So I will invite you for these next 2 days to lean into the I am the genesis mindset versus the common pretending, that it's everybody else's fault. So what happens in most boardrooms is when things don't go well, Boards typically will blame the superintendent. And when the superintendents feel handcuffed and that they can't do their jobs, then they blame the board. Herein, we have a common pretending situation if we don't get to the root causes of how that takes place. We have a wonderful situation here. We have a brand new superintendent. We have fairly new board members. The perfect scenario to undo any and all cultures that are not healthy and patterns that don't produce results for children. We have a wonderful opportunity here. And so I'll invite you to lean into that journey with us. I'm going to ask you for another prompt. I'm going to give you another prompt. I'm going to ask you to write this down. On a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being not focused at all and 10 being extremely focused, where do you believe you as an individual are on focusing on student outcomes? 0 being not at all focused, 10 being extremely focused. Where do you feel that you're at? Give yourself a number. After you've given yourself a number, then I want you to do this, use the exact same number, 0, not at all focused, 10, extremely focused. For the leadership team, note what number you think you're at as a leadership team focused on student outcomes. 0, not at all, 10, extremely focused. And for the board, I want you to put, for the board, as a board, we are not at all focused, 10, we're extremely focused. Give yourself a number. And don't worry, you won't have to share these out. But I do want you to make note of what those numbers are. And write those down. That way we can have those for later. And I mean sharing out like everybody here. Once you have those numbers, I would like the leadership team to be able to affinity group as a group and share over there probably what numbers you came up with, and just internally have that conversation, 1 for yourself, and then 2 for the administration team. Board, I'll invite you to go in a separate area, have that, share your numbers, and share your thoughts on that. I'll call us back a bit. Jump in the input, output, and output. I'm just trying to learn the freaking. I'm learning to. That's good. This is stuff we developed at the council. They get per kid. How much they get per kid? Those are the numbers that are revealed. I think they only got a little bit more. It's like a little special percentage. I wonder last night. I didn't catch it. You ready? You ready? All right, let's come on back. So again, I don't want you to necessarily share numbers. But I do want to ask you, what are you noticing? If anything at all? Okay. Okay, good. Thank you. That about right? Good. All right. Thank you. Anything, you all notice anything in particular? Okay. Wanted to make sure I gave you a chance to respond if you, no worries. The question is, did you notice anything? What are you noticing, if anything at all? Mhm. Okay, thank you. Of all the ways to start a 2-day retreat, why do you think we're starting this way? Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. Why do school systems exist? What is our focus? 0 to 10. Of all the ways we could have started, why do you think we started this way? Reality check, where are you? Do our beliefs match our actions? Thank you.
I think the problem is it's really easy to get lost in the weeds, right? When overseeing and managing an entity as big as a school district. And when we lose focus on what's important, just like Dr. Ramos said, which is student outcome, student achievement, that's when our students suffer, right? But because what gets measured,
It's done.
there you go. So when we're talking about things that really have nothing to do with student outcome, on the end, the kids lose. So as somebody who's a third party at board meetings almost every night, it's very, very easy to get lost in the weeds. So we're able to kind of refocus and start off like this. Kind of reminds us why we're all here.
The board, what do you think? For all the ways we could have started a retreat, why start this way? Yeah. Good. Stop, reflect, self-evaluate. And as a board, very good. So this framework that we're going to take a deep dive into the next 2 days, there's a lot of influences in it, including Franklin Covey, who talked about the 4 disciplines of execution. And Franklin Covey says that organizations and businesses tend to have these amazing strategic plans, but everything gets lost in the execution. And so that everything losing in execution, what he talks about in there is that there's these whirlwinds of what Ben Castillo here just talked about, the getting in the weeds. Each one of you has your own whirlwind, which you call your real work as a board member, which watching some of your board meetings, you are hearing from your community pretty regularly. That's a whirlwind in of itself. Managing your personal life, your professional life, and your elected life. That's another set of whirlwinds, amongst a lot of others you probably have. leadership, you're like, I'm just trying to do my job. That's my world. Like, that's what you would call that is, that's the real. That's where I should be spending. So what happens in a setting like this is you got all these whirlwinds that are clashing against one another. And that creates disalignment. And especially if there's numbers where there's a board and if a controversial vote were to come up, not to say that it has or will, probably will, then those numbers will speak for themselves. The whirlwinds line maybe for that one. This whole concept of how we get into weeds and when we get into weeds, there's hopefully a calibration tool that you have, such as what we've designed, that you as a board can monitor and regulate yourselves to say, how much of the whirlwinds have taken us away from what we really want to get done? And I'm glad you mentioned the goals, because I'd also would invite you to look at your goals as a district. And then the first question we would ask is, are those board goals or are those district goals? And if those are board goals, great. Next question would be, are they SMART goals? Are they measurable? Are they attainable? Do you have a timeline? The reason for that conversation is coming later is, how can you really communicate to your community, or how are you communicating to your community? Hey, we've been excelling, this is how, and everybody is on the same page. From the leadership to community, parents, students, educators. Or do we have just kind of like a blanket set of goals that are very general and are pretty abstract for a lot of people? So there are tools that we're going to utilize here that we're going to take deep dives into. But yeah, you're absolutely right. All of you are right. We start because we want to reset. We want to analyze. We want to reflect. And we want to calibrate. And we want to have something tangible to hold on to, with what you'll notice on page 2, which is the very first part of this, where we're going to go into the vision and goals. And so I'll invite you to have that in front of you as we take a little bit of a dive here in a bit. But I think probably good to do a break. I see that clock says about 10:14. Let's say it's going to be 10:15 when we break. How long do you want for your break? Do you want 5, 10, or 15 minutes? 10? Who else? Anyone else have a different 5, 10, or 15? Raise your hand if you want 10. Raise your hand if you want 5. Raise your hand if you want 15. Looks like the 10 have it. We'll come back at 10:25. Hold on, can we all agree to be back in our seats at 10:25, ready to go? Can we agree? We can agree?
There you go.
Let's see, well. Okay, everyone agree? 10:25, back in our seats, ready to go.
What's this in Tom was just talking about? Need to know each other.
Nope. Nope.
Oh. Oh, I'm
Bottom, I understand. I always use that one because no one uses this.
Not that hot today.
Probably not.
Or maybe it gets hot in the afternoon, but right night. I know. I have to hang up. Like I gotta go back on the seat. I want to do that Midland search. Have any contacts in Midland? Well, she's not there anymore.
They love her.
I'd love to do that search. The guy down the road's pretty good.
Good job.
I know. I had to make sure I was in my seat too.
Hurry, it's 10:25. Very particular about this. We've seen it before. He's gonna call you out if you're not. Seen it before.
Yeah, I had to hang up my phone call. Like, I gotta be back in my seat at 10:25.
Remember he like asked, he said like, why were you? Where were you?
Got this grievance, man.
Well, so let's go there. I wasn't, but Dr. Vink brought it up. They wanted you.
Sure. So the last time I saw, so he come back to when you agree upon a time, that I think that's the key. You agreed upon a time to be back in your seat. Question is why or why not did you back in your seat? I mean, I think why did I? Some people will say like, because I was having this, conversation that was super important, so I couldn't go back to my seat, or others will say like, I want to respect others' time, so I did make sure.
Absolutely. So you all chose to be back in your seat at the agreed upon time. Why did you choose to be back in your seat at the agreed upon time? Let's go there.
Because
Can you use that we into an I statement? Yes, I made a commitment. Thank you. Who else? Why did you choose to be back in your seat as we'd agreed upon? I like to be respectful. Who else? I didn't have an emergency. Was an expectation. Good. So yeah, normally if we weren't in open session, there would have been a whole deep dive, and I would have probably set you up to not be back at a certain time, and we would have done like a whole piece on integrity. The way we define integrity in this governance work is it's on the screen. It's doing what I have allowed people to expect of me, to the degree I've allowed them to expect it, by when I've allowed them to expect it. So for example, I asked you, how long do you want for a break? 5, 10, or 15 minutes? We ended up coming to a group agreement of 10 minutes. That's why I said, raise your hands. Does everybody agree? So to the degree that we all allowed each other to expect that we would be back, there was group agreement on that. And to the degree, to the degree was that if anyone would have not come back, more in a private, closed training, someone would have been back late, as Dr. Ring said. Somebody would have said, well, I had a phone call. Oh, so it was the phone's fault. Right? Oh, well, I had to go to the restroom. Oh, it was the restroom's fault. And that brings us to the I am the genesis and common pretending. That is common pretending behavior. It's not really my fault. I didn't really cause this. But the long conversation would have been that I chose to go to the restroom 2 minutes before we were going to come back. I chose to take the phone call at the time that I did, possibly knowing that it might go over. I chose to engage in a conversation with a colleague and got caught up. Now, here's the thing. This isn't a question of morality. So you're right, Dr. Vink. It's not an either or, it's a both and. This isn't a question about, am I a bad person? It's more of a question of how present am I in my decision making? How present am I in my decision making? And what I allow people to think, to expect, and to what degree. So I want you to just reflect and think about something in your life, in your, it could be your home, it could be your job, it could be community work. Where have I allowed people to think something to the degree that I promised them that I would do, and by when it would get done? So common examples are, I told my partner that I would be out of this board training by 3:30 and that we could do dinner by 5 p.m. This is some examples of groups. What happened is I went home, got caught up on a phone call. I got a community member that stopped me on the way home at the grocery store. I didn't get home till 5. I still had to get ready. We didn't end up at dinner till 6 p.m. Becoming present on how I got to that is that conversation. Where am I breaching my integrity in my personal life, in my professional life, and in my role here at Phoenix Elementary? Those are things that I'm going to ask you to ponder on and think about as we have more conversations. Because what you'll notice possibly is there's overlaps. And most people in public life tend to breach their integrity with their home in order to be able to fulfill their public life duties. People in public life tend to breach their integrity with their friends and their inner circles than they do with having their public life responsibilities. And what typically conversation looks like there as well, that is my forgiving audience. It's people in my home and people in my inner circle. I just want you to reflect on that, because as we get into this work, I want you to become present in your patterns. So here's how I'm going to introduce that. If I'm breathing and I stop breathing, if I hold my breath, what happens? I don't breathe. Will I eventually be able to breathe? Everybody try it. Taking a deep breath and hold it. You still holding it? You still holding it? Some of y'all didn't even breathe in. We still breathe though, right? Eventually. Yeah, if I'm not, oh, you're still, if you're not paying attention to your breathing, what happens? Still breathing. What happens if I breathe in and out really fast? Might get dizzy. Yeah. What happens if I hold my breath too much? Could get a headache, could pass out. What do people that meditate do? They become present in their breathing. Let me give you another example. You ever been driving from, let's say from here, driving from here to home? You told yourself that you were going to pick up a case of waters on the way home. But you get on the phone and you get from here to the house and you forgot to pick up the bottle of water, the case of water. What happened? Did you meet your goal? What was your goal? To get waters? Good. What if your goal was to get home? Did you meet your goal? Yeah. So if my goal was to get home, I met my goal. But if my goal was to pick up waters on the way home, I didn't meet my goal. Becoming present in my decision-making and in my choices is crucial in this work. I don't know how many times I've told my wife, my partner Anita, that I would pick up a thing of oat milk, got vegans in the house. And I'm on this very important phone call with someone on a school board across the country. It's a very important phone call. They're in crisis. And I get home and my partner meets me at the door and says, "Where's the oat milk?" I did not meet my goal. And I did not become present in my decision-making. When I took that phone call, I got in autopilot. And so my question to you to reflect on is, how many times have you been in autopilot doing this work? It's what we call the whirlwind. Your whirlwind is the real work. It's what you consider the real work. But I'm going to invite you to become present in your decision-making. All right. So you didn't take 2 hours. Thank you for the accelerated version of that. So let's take a dive. Oops, sorry. We're going to talk about inputs, outputs, and outcomes. Inputs, outputs, and outcomes. And you can use page 2 as a reflection point. Hopefully it'll make a heck of a lot more sense after this. I was watching on the news last night, Arizona Cardinals, all this buzz about football season. Let's use basketball as an analogy. We're going to use sports as an analogy. If there's a basketball game, what is the goal of the basketball game? To win. Very good. The goal of the basketball game is to win. The inputs, or I'm sorry, not the inputs. The goal of the basketball game is to win. There's the head coach, and there is typically, let's say it's a professional team, then there's an owner. The owner, what is the owner's responsibility in relation to that basketball game? Money. Good. What else? What is the owner's job in relation to that basketball game, basketball team? They hire the coach. They gotta have money and they hire the coach. What is the coach's responsibility? Training the players, recruiting talent, holding talent. Good. What else? What are other responsibilities of the head coach? Team culture. Very good. Development. What about assistant coaches? Head coaches have assistant coaches typically. Yeah. And the head coach oversees and evaluates them, right? Good. What is the role of the players? To win. And who are they supposed to be listening to? The coaches. Very good. So we got a basketball game that's going to take place. We've got players, we've got coaches, we've got an owner. What else do the coaches do? The coaches also call the plays. They design the schemes. They put the defensive groups intact, all of that. So all of that is what we call the inputs. It's the things that the school system, just want you to connect it to school systems. It's the things that the basketball team, it's the things that the head coach puts in place so that they can win, be in a position to win. They hire the assistant coaches. They select the best possible players. They call the plays. They hold them accountable. If a player isn't performing well, what does the head coach do? They pull them out. They'll give them a break. And they'll coach them up on the sideline. And then they'll look to put them back in. The head coaches have a lot of decisions to make. They handle what we call, those are all the inputs, the players, the schemes, all of that. How do we know if we're winning at the end of the first quarter? The score, very good. We keep in score. So at the end of the first quarter, let's say, do y'all have a basketball, the children here, and y'all have basketball teams? Give me one of your teams, one of your schools. Garfield. So let's say Garfield's playing XYZ team. Who? Capital? Oh, that sounds like there's history here. So Garfield, let's say Garfield's winning at the end of the first quarter. They're up 20-17. Is that a pretty good score for Garfield? Yeah, because they're winning, right? Good. Would you say that the inputs are working for Garfield? The selection of players, the selection of plays, defensive schemes, offensive plays. We could say they're working, right? Because they're winning. Good. That first quarter score is what we call an output. That is something that is knowable at the middle of the cycle. So let me go back. Input are the variables that we know at the beginning of the cycle. Inputs are the plays, the players, all of that. Going into a game, the coaches have to make decisions. Who are the players? What are the plays? Those are all done before the game. And when they're actually taking, it's up to the head coach to make the adjustments. At the end of the first quarter, Garfield's winning. That's a good output. We have a good measurement that what we're doing is working. You get to halftime, the end of the second quarter. Garfield is losing 50-40. Are the inputs working for Garfield? Why not? They're losing. They're not working. What might a head coach do at halftime if Garfield is now down by 10 points? What might the head coach be looking to do? Change up the players. What else? Very good. Look for another strategy. Something's got to change because if we stay on this pattern, it's not going to pay dividends for us. Good. We get to the third quarter. It's tied 80-80. How we looking? I'm sorry? Okay. Even? Good. Inputs are paying for both, but not meeting the goal because the goal is to what? To win. Some could say, well, we're okay because we're not losing, but others might say, but we're not okay because we're not winning. So we get to the end of the game, fourth quarter into the game. Does Garfield win or lose? I'm gonna let you call it. Ah, okay. So Garfield loses, let's say 100-99. They lose by 1 point. Did we meet our goal? No. Good question. Did Garfield meet their goal? Yes or no? Why not? But they only lost by a point. They still lost. That is the outcome of the game. Outcome is what's only knowable at the end of the cycle. Input is at the beginning and throughout. Output is a measurable, known, midst of the cycle. Outcome is, that's it, game over. Let's make sure we connect it to the school system. What are some inputs in Phoenix Elementary? Board meetings, okay. Curriculum, very good. What are other inputs? Parents, community, staff, resources. Board, what are other inputs? You spent a lot of time on it last night. Budget, that's an input. What are other inputs? We've covered a lot. That's really good. What are outputs? What are examples of outputs in your school system? Test scores, very good. Evaluations. How do you measure safety? Good. So how do you capture their feelings in a good qualitatively? And how do you put that into a presentable format for people to know? Very good. Surveys are an output. Very good. What are other examples of outputs in your school system? Discipline data. Very good. I saw you were talking about attendance last night. Attendance data. Those are outputs. High school readiness. So how do you measure that? So then that's a good point. We'll probably cover that later on. How you measure it versus how the board measures it is a different conversation. So is there an output for you all to gauge on how many students have actually enrolled in a high school? Y'all have an output for that? You have something that you're using to measure that? Just to think about. So there are outputs that we know we have, and there's outputs that maybe we don't know we have. And the question is, it's not just about what I feel, it's about what do I know? And we're going to talk about student outcome and adult outcome differences. The difference for a student outcome is what they know to do. That's how we're funded. So going and saying that I feel that kids are okay, it's not how we're funded. It's not how this works. My gut tells me that, it's not how this works, right? And so there's a transition from that to what's the output you're using to measure that? How does that look? What's an example of an outcome in a school system? Very good. What kind of academic achievement? What's an end of the year type of score that you look for as a board member?
Like they keep changing it.
Yeah, that is a challenge when it gets changed on us. Now, is that an end of the year data point or is that like a mid-year? Very good. So that is an outcome. The game is over. The score is what the score is. Very good.
iReady is more of
Yes. Very good. Look at that. We got the language. Let's go. So it sounds like you're using it as an output, and then it also can serve as an outcome at the end of the year. Very good. So I'm gonna invite you to do an activity with your colleague, partner up. And I want you to just use, actually, I want you to use these boards here. Yeah, so Sounds good. I want you to get in a team with, pair up with someone. And I want you to put 3 columns. And, I want you to put inputs on one column, outputs on the second column, and outcomes on the third column. And I want you to think about the last couple of board meetings, including board workshops that you've had. And I want you to put a percentage of time that you feel that the board and the administration team at the meeting spent on inputs, outputs, and outcomes. And it's got to add up to 100. So did we spend 30% on inputs, 40% on outputs, and 30% on outcomes? And be real with yourselves. It's okay. While we're learning, we're beginning the journey. So go ahead, find you an easel. Rick, I'll come around to make sure that if you have any questions, we can help you. Last couple. Kind of guesstimate. So we've got 4, let's do 4 groups. Y'all can team up. You can join another team. We got this one open over here.
Team up. Are you going over there, Martin? Right.
Then using the. And Miriam gave you an attendance from the last question to one of the.
Oh, know what we're at, what we're doing? Got
Good, okay.
You have a lunch break or no?
Just gonna take us to lunch. What to lunch?
Let's go. Pop in.
They're going to rush you for our time. You just see me when I went out there behind you.
Good.
Now, you could have it just for the two person.
Couple of more minutes. All right, ready? You can stand in your respective areas, and then if you would, I'll just see who would like to share what you came up with and a little bit of your reasoning, how you got to your percentages on your 3 columns. I'll look to the board first, if that's okay.
Less time. We agree with that is important. So we can time on our own work. But there's. Then we can have. We can have more focus. So we don't have, so for us, everything kind of comes back to like. Whether we like it or not. And there is so much that, so many pathways that we have to have in the rating school. We have your end of year assessment, you have your staff retention, you have your student satisfaction. There's different components, there's also emotional well-being, but when we have a happy and healthy staff and student population, it will hopefully eventually lead to a.
Okay, so this is what you would consider a North Star? Is that what I heard, or did I hear that correctly?
Am I correcting? Yeah, one of the wanted to see there, but ultimately, the idea that the aim of the school is to be effective for our community, instead of all the most of that. Yes, so that one.
And by the way, you said something interesting. What is your vision as a district?
My own personal.
No, like what's the, do you as a board have a vision?
Well, your option is to inspire everything.
Okay. So when I hear you say vision, that's what we're shooting for. So according to this team, we feel that, we believe that 50% is post-on, it's about 40 on out, it's about 10 on out. Well done. Thank you. Who else will share? Do you want to share? The part of the board?
Our outcome is. Because.
So what was the input percentage? Well done, well done, thank you. Who'd like to share over here?
So we've looked at the last two meetings, and at our last meeting on 9/6, we spent 100% of the time on budget, which is the 6 month duration component. And at our 8/9 meeting, we looked at the output of student data, but we also talked about the outcome in terms of student performance. We also talked about the mitigation plan for the relation to the input of 15, developing the mitigation plan in terms of GSBA delegates for outcomes. So we said we spent 50% in the 8/9 meeting on which is 6 operations and 50% on students.
Very good. Thank you. Yes. Bless you.
Yeah, the majority of communication, majority of 100% input of our presentations, the first set of slides, and typically the input that we have. And then the question, the sort of Q&A, the board information. We do have the manifold output where we share quantitative and qualitative data, we share the analysis data, we share all. And we look at report or award recognition. Some of it is remains here. But you figure out that the item is very heavy. Are we going to have to think one of the factors is outcome and how that satisfaction and the way. I think we do it different, maybe a little different, given what we have here.
Great. Thank you, because I heard that twice. What is our North Star? How do we know we're getting there? And right now, how do the inputs and outputs align to your outcomes? Good job. Let's grab a seat. So inputs, outputs, and outcomes. It's on page 2, your vision and goals. Let's take a quick look at that. This is, by the way, what we'll be able to use if you choose to engage on this journey full time. This is actually the beginning of a board self-evaluation. So let's just look at page 2. And we start on the red area, the not outcomes focus. Let's see how we would do right now. Now, let me say this right off the bat. Y'all are literally the first district to engage in student outcomes focused governance in the whole state of Arizona. Okay. And because you're number 1. Great, I'm glad you asked that. This framework is only accessible to 76 of the largest districts in the country. You have a neighbor here who's part of that, who they have just not yet chosen to engage on this journey. I come to you by invitation of some of your colleagues that I met through a nonprofit here in Phoenix area. But this is only accessible to 76 of the largest districts. This framework was designed by superintendents and board members and administrators, LA, New York, Miami, Houston, Fort Worth, Dallas, Chicago. And this came about because of what's in the literature that's in there. There was a long set of conversations about there's this disconnect, there's this misalignment. Everyone has great intentions for children, but why can we not change the student outcomes? And then even more specifically, because I've also heard you speak the language on equity. Why do children of color continue to not do well? Why do emergent bilingual students continue to not fare well? Why do our students with disabilities continue to struggle? They all have IEP plans, don't they? We should have already had this thing figured out, was the conversation. And in that room was designed this research-based, evidence-based tool framework that only those 76 districts have access to. You all have, by however we want to call it, circumstances, the universe, have found ourselves in a room to say, we want to engage in this journey, and you're not part of the council. And that's to be applauded, no doubt. But it's also, it's heavy work. It's going to require an I am the Genesis mindset versus a common pretending mindset. It's going to require integrity versus lacking integrity. It's going to require adult discomfort on both sides of the room. And all because we say that we want to actually put in a framework that we can codify to have numbers to demonstrate to not only ourselves, but to our community and our students that we're getting better, or we're getting worse, or we're stagnant. No more of the I feel or I think. It gets into we're actually moving the needle. And hence the reason why I asked you the first question. When your time comes to an end in your current role, what do you want to have happened? And all of you were focused on student achievement. All of you were focused on the well-being of children. You can actually have something tangible when your time does come to an end to say, let me show you what we did and how we did it. So that's the invitation you have, right? That's what we're doing here. And that's where hopefully this clarity will come when we even just begin to dive into this tool. So let's do that. Who will read the three sentences under not student outcomes focus? It starts with the board is not student outcomes focus, and we'll read from there. Who will read for us? Yes. So give yourselves grace, because again, you're the first. And so we wouldn't expect you to have all of these check boxes because you haven't done this before. My question, I noticed out there in that pathway, there are some Phoenix Elementary goals, strategic. How did those come about? So let me ask it another way too. Thank you for that. That's important. How many sitting around this table had a hand in the development of those strategic goals? Nobody. Okay. And so, look, I come from an asset-based perspective versus a deficit one. But I'm also saying, let's just call it what it is. If nobody on this table had anything to do with what's out on that pathway, then we have an opportunity. You have an opportunity because if you didn't have a hand in those, then I would ask, how much of that do you really own then? And hence we get into, we can have amazing strategic plans, but as what Franklin Covey describes, everything gets lost in the execution of it. So we have an opportunity. Where are those inputs and outputs heading towards? Where are they supposed to be heading towards? Yeah, the outcomes. Let me put it this way. Vertical direct alignment of this whole framework is that when you're monitoring input, You're getting monitoring reports on your outputs. These should be connected to something here. If you're just, if this, and again, I'm not beating you up, I'm just saying, give yourself grace. We don't go to school board schools and we don't know how this works. So I'm not beating up on you. I'm just saying that the way this framework works, whatever you're doing here and here will be connected to something here. And whatever here is what you're over communicating to your community. Because this is what they care about. This is what they care about. You're exactly right. They care about this letter grade. The question is, what systems have you put in place to align here and here to get to that? And I think that if I ask each board member would have a different perspective on how we get there. And so when we come into a boardroom and we're all sitting here asking questions, we all want this. And maybe my inputs are different from your inputs, and maybe my outputs are different from your outputs. But I'm giving you the crash course version. If everybody has different ideas of inputs and outputs from the board, you are straining the heck out of your administrative team because they already have their own wins. And now they've got 5 other whirlwinds to go run after. The reality is, the question we have to ask ourselves are we handcuffing leadership teams? And particularly, you only have one employee, superintendent. So let's go there. Am I helping or hindering the superintendent from actually being able to do his job? And I'm speaking into existence, when you identify 3 to 5 goals and make them SMART goals, you will provide clarity for your leadership team on where we're all moving towards. You ever heard of why we say 3 to 5 goals and not 8 to 10? More attainable. The research says that if you have 1 to 3 goals, you're likely to achieve 1 to 3 goals. You heard that thing, right? But if I measure everything, I measure nothing. So the other example I'm gonna give you is I love analogies. If we can help you move from being a mile wide and an inch deep, moving you to an inch wide and a mile deep, it means that your laser focus is the board and you're giving all this runway to your superintendent and her team to actually go get it done. So here's the analogy I'm gonna give you to put that into a good perspective, hopefully. When I order a Lyft or an Uber, I am asking it, or I'm telling it where I want to go, right? When you order a Lyft or an Uber, you put in your destination, correct? When the Uber or the Lyft pulls up, what part of the vehicle do you get in? The back? Used to be in the passenger side, maybe? Why the back or why the passenger? Because you're not driving. Very good. When you put that destination in your Uber, your Lyft app, do you get to tell it which streets to take? No, right? Because your goal is what? To get there. Your goal is to get there. Not to get in the weeds and tell your driver, wait, take this road. Sometimes you may need to, because you may feel it in your gut that, hey, I know this area a little bit better than you do, type of thing. Much as how the board and the superintendent relationship is. So who's the driver in the school, in this relationship, superintendent and the board, who's the driver of the Uber or the Lyft? Who do you pay a lot of money to? I shouldn't say a lot of money. Who do you pay money to? Who do you pay money to be your educational expert? Superintendent. He's your driver. You interviewed potential drivers, right? And you as a board made a decision that this is a driver that believe can get us to that A rating. Did you give your driver some type of parameters and guardrails and goals to work off of? There you go. Yeah,
Equity
yeah,
plan.
good. Yeah, no, again, it's not an all or nothing. Absolutely. You had to have had an idea where you wanted to go. It sounds like you were able to communicate that to some degree. So now that you have your driver, why not let her drive, right? Which is what your intention is. So in those analogies, who owns the inputs and outputs? Who's responsible for the inputs and outputs in your school system? These are only two options, superintendent and board. Superintendent, why the superintendent over inputs and outputs? The destination. Remember the analogy of the coaches? Who's your head coach in this scenario? Who owns? Who's the own? Yeah, y'all are the owners. You're elected. You oversee. You're the board. You have that right there. To be clear, we're the owners. So you're the owner. She's your head coach. Head coach is responsible for what in the game? Winning, to get you to the winning. But she's responsible for everything that to the winning. She call the plays. Now I come from Dallas Fort Worth, so I'm a Jerry Jones guy. And if you know anything about Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, he is the worst kind of owner. Why is he the worst kind of owner? Because he tries to call the plays and he tries to be a coach. Very good. It is notoriously known that Jerry Jones will be texting assistant coaches during the game, giving them directions and directives that are opposite of what the head coach has given them. Can you see why is that problematic, if at all? Isn't it? It's confusing for who? Everybody. These are roles, and this is where uncomfortable can begin to maybe set in for some. But we want to be real clear moving forward for the rest of the retreat. The superintendent is responsible for selecting the inputs and the outputs. So the outputs meaning that eventually we're going to get to a point where she and her team are going to come to you as a board and say, these are the best set of inputs we think we need to have in order to get you to your outcome. These are the best outputs we believe we want to monitor and report to you as a board to prove to you that we're going to get that A rating. And so then, who owns the outcomes? The board. Why the board? You set the goals. And your goals aren't just on your personal feelings. This journey will include that you re-engage your community in a very specific form to listen to what their vision is. To go back to la gente, to the people, and say, what do you want to see? Maybe they won't say A+ rating. Maybe they'll say maybe they'll say safety. Maybe they'll say, what else? What might your community say is their priority? Board members. Treat her with respect. Be seen and heard. Yes.
As a mom, if somebody asked me about that, I'd say I want my sons. I might not understand how to make a strategic goal. So while all of that is valid, my guess is it's going to be relevant. And quantitatively and qualitatively, so that will be down here, down here.
Absolutely.
There are multiple pathways that lead up. So in doing a lot of goals and stuff allow the multitude of because then they can become less refined or they can become less rigorous because we're trying to see set of voices that might not have the technology or like the skill set to develop a strategic. I don't know correctly. So I guess the point of all of that is like, I think it's always
I've found that it's best to bring forward.
Mhm.
Have like a other option versus like hearing. End up with something that's not as rigorous, in my opinion. I know
Yeah, no, that's super valid. And that's the reason I pulled up that slide right there. You're gonna get adult outcome feedback and you're gonna get student outcome feedback. So this framework will allow for both. This framework will allow for safety while we would say we have the best interest of children. It's not what students know and are able to do. So it's not a student outcome by definition, but it is important. And so this framework will allow when you're doing visioning, listening sessions to your community, it's also to keep that, and this isn't just a one-time deal. This is to encourage all of you, and this is really the board I'm looking to. This is for you as a board to continue to engage the community and not individually, but at least in teams of two. And that maybe I visit a part of town that maybe I haven't always been a part of and I haven't always heard. But it also helps with what's going to be later on in the framework. The community, you said it already, this board is a good board. I don't disagree. An election cycle can change the dynamic immediately. An appointment can change the dynamic immediately. And so you want to ingrain in your system that you will listen and have two-way communication, and you will constantly keep your ear open to them. Because if I'm just listening to the same people that call me, some of them might be the same people that helped me get elected, then that's not really just true community listening. Community also, by the way, includes you listening to your students, to the teachers, to your stakeholders, to your administrators, right? To do deep listening sessions so that your outcomes that you identify, you're gonna have two sets of outcomes, to your point. You're gonna have very specific student outcomes, which are gonna be what students know and are able to do. In the state of Texas, where we're like the first ones that have like been forced to do this, we have to have 3 goals and they're called House Bill 3 goals. In Texas, we have to adopt early literacy, which
Yeah.
is typically 3rd grade, early mathematics, 3rd grade, and college career readiness. Conversation looks similar around the country. Why would school boards be pushed into monitoring early literacy and early mathematics? What does the research say about that? Of
Future success.
future success. Yes. So does your community necessarily know that? Maybe, maybe not. And if they don't, this is an opportunity for you as a board to say, comunidad, déjenles explico un poquito más. Let me explain to you a little bit more. Porque this time that we're spending on all this isn't just because we're wasting time here. I want to reassure you, la gente, the people, this is why this is important. And what's going to happen when we get all this set in place, those outputs that your teachers are going to, your campus leaders are going to be monitoring, your community and your parents will also be engaging. What you can envision is that your community will know specifically where they can engage. Hey, there's this specific output that the district is prioritizing. There's this reading program that they've really put a lot of research and resources into. Guess what? I'm a resource in your community, and I see that you prioritize this work in early literacy. I can actually help offset some of those costs. Let me lean in. Your community at large can then also begin to give feedback, because it's a two-way thing. They're giving you their feelings and their thoughts, but you're giving them back something tangible. And then what you could say is, on the student outcomes, mira señora, el año pasado, we were here, and now we're here. And it's not just, I think I know what happened. You as a board will be able to say, sir, ma'am, let me tell you what inputs and outputs we were using that the leadership put into place, and it produced dividends because our outcome went up. They may not care about all the details, but if you're in re-election mode, they care. If you're trying to solicit funds for re-election, this isn't just about re-election, but this is putting all the things on the table to say, can I articulate what we as a board did? We told our driver, this is where we want to go. And then I can articulate to you how we got there. The adult outcomes is going to come by way of guardrails.
And I think if I could just piggyback off of what you're saying, another benefit, excuse me, of this process, a lot of members of your community don't even know what the role of a school board member is, right? So they think you're calling the shots, you're doing these individual things. So what I've noticed, or what I encourage trustees to do during this process is explain, look, that's not my role. That's the superintendent's role. But we will get your feedback, and we will share that. But at the end of the day, that's not what I'm supposed to do. I'm the owner of the team. I set the goals, I set the direction based on the feedback I get from the community. But we have to let the coach run the play.
That makes sense. What are your thoughts, board? What are your feelings around that? It's heavy info. And by the way, you'll note on the second column, approaching student outcomes focus, it says the board has adopted in collaboration with the superintendent goals. You'll also notice on the mastering student outcomes focus, the blue column at the very bottom. Will somebody read that last paragraph for us? Right. Everybody's at the table. Your gente, your people, your community, your leadership, your students, your educators, the board. Here's the thing, board. You lead this work. Role confusion that's in the literature is when you delegate this to the superintendent's gonna go get it done. Because they want to make sure that they can get as many things in alignment as they can. But that's not her role. This is your role. And there's another part to this. When somebody decides to run for the board, if you put something in place that you educate people before they even run for that seat, or while they're running, that you have an overview of this, there's also clarity for people that think they want to be on the board. And what we've experienced in Texas is people say, you know what, this ain't what I'm signing up for. I don't want this outcome conversation. Then you confuse them. And we do have enough people that say that I'm not gonna run. And then we have other people saying, wow, okay, so I don't have to worry about politicking and fighting with people and power struggles. And we have a clarity on where we're going. Oh, then I do want to run. And what happens is you establish a culture where you create something that has to be sustainable. And that also goes back to the first question I asked you. What do you envision when your time has come to an end? You leave a system in place that's very sustainable. And clarity for your superintendent. Benjamin, something else before we move on?
Yeah. So where do you think board members learn how to be board members from? Generally, it's from the actions of prior board members. But if you guys start, going back to what Tinkle said, if you guys start this process of, not being confused as to what role is each party's role, you can set up your processes and procedures and even the training before or during elections of candidates to where we're not going to have that issue anymore. You're not going to have trustees who don't know what they're running for, who think they're going to be able to, do this and that. But if it's really clear what the role of the board is and what the role of the administration is, you can really set the district up for success in the long term. And you start creating a culture of proper governance. Does that make sense? And then also, when there's an understanding of proper roles between the board and the superintendent, that really limits, I'm not saying that there's any conflict here, but in other districts that I go to, there's a lot of conflict, and a lot of that conflict stems from just maybe the board getting involved in things they shouldn't be getting involved in, or maybe even the superintendent kind of talking about things they shouldn't be talking about. when there's a real clear understanding of what the role is of each group, each party at the board meeting, and there's a focus on student outcomes, there's nothing really to fight about. And it makes board meetings a whole lot easier for people like me, for your superintendent, and for staff. So,
And the conflict that may arise may be healthy conflict, meaning that the five of you are gonna have a very intense dialogue about which inputs and outputs you agree with and don't agree with. Because as the owners, brace yourselves, as the owners, it is not up to you to pick the inputs and outputs. It is up to you, though, to vote them up or down. Meaning, most board members in Texas, when we started this work in 2017, what they heard was, you're taking away my power. No, actually, I'm gonna flip it. We're gonna show you your power, and your power is in superintendent, convince me why those inputs and outputs are gonna get us to that outcome. Convince me. That's where it becomes a heavy lift for the superintendent and the leadership. Guess which one I notice is a big input for you all? The budget. Seems like there's history here with why that budget is important to this board. It's an important input. What also happens on this journey is when you get to budget season, you as a board get to say, superintendent, convince me why this budget is gonna impact, how it's gonna impact those student outcomes. Convince me. That convince me can be uncomfortable for the leadership in some areas. But it's a good dialogue because if that's the kind of conflict we have, it's good, healthy dialogue conflict. Your job as a board is to say, show me why these are the roads you're taking, driver, to get us to our destination. That's power for you as a board. That is your role. Versus, here's why. If I say, Madam Superintendent, Dr. Superintendent, I want you to take these inputs and put them into play. I want you to pick this XYZ community resource and I want you to fund it and I want you to put it into play. What happens if it doesn't work out? And I'm not saying you, I'm just saying metaphorically, most board members that I work with on this, they don't own it. Most board members are in the comment pretending. And when it comes to evaluation time, they hold the superintendent accountable, even though they're the ones who either outright said, use these inputs and outputs, or there's some gangster board members that behind closed doors squeeze the arm of the suit and say, I want you to use these inputs and outputs. And when they don't pan out, those board members typically don't use the I am the Genesis mindset. And they sit back in evaluation season and say, time to get a new superintendent. It's not how this works. It's the reason why the roles are the way they are.
and even more so, if you flexing your governance muscle, even at a higher level, you guys set the direction of the school district. So when you get back to the input and the output, again, you don't choose them, but you could question. Your question goes back to, well, how is this getting us to the direction that we set as a board? Kind of thing. So,
Yes. That's my question for you all at the end of probably midday tomorrow. After we have shown you what this framework offers and why it's designed the way it is, it's a choice for you as a board to make, if at all. If, again,
this is just the beginning.
you're absolutely right. And what I shared with the individuals I met with before we came to you all, it's completely up to you if you want to engage on the journey. And if you don't, you've at least gotten some clarity, hopefully, on what the roles are. What we've learned since we implemented this work in 2017 in Texas is that it's almost like I'll speak my truth, so I hope I don't offend. It's like when I grew up Roman Catholic in Fort Worth. It's like when I would go on my church youth group and I'd go to a retreat and I'd come back and I'm like, I'm excited, I'm hyped, I know what I'm gonna do. And then my patterns just set right back in. And so as a board member, when I went through this in 2017, we didn't have coaches and we didn't have support systems. The state of Texas just provided a 2-day training similar to what we're giving you. And the very next board meeting, nothing changed. What did change is we were all citing the same line. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. And what some of us, I'll speak my truth, my I statement, I weaponized that line against some of my colleagues and against the superintendent. And when I wanted an input or an output put in place that I was so passionate about, I would use those lines on my superintendent. And I was one of those who would squeeze his arm a little bit.
I never noted.
Gangster style is what I call it. Yeah, well, this guy knows he's an evil. But that's also when we realized that leaning into this wholeheartedly, it meant that I as a board member was going to have to begin to change my mindset and become present in my patterns. I had to become present in my breathing, in the way I conducted myself as a board meeting. The thing is, what you're also going to see later tomorrow, there's a lot of really awesome tools in here that are producing dividends for boards in Texas. And now we've gone national, it's producing dividends. I'll invite you and I can send you videos of Columbus, Ohio. And I can also show you videos of how there are people in communities that don't want you to do this. Because there are people who like chaos or misalignment within your school system. And you could probably pinpoint how they're directly benefiting from your chaos and your misalignment. May not be chaotic out on the outward, but internally, if it's chaotic, they're benefiting. So you will hear of stories of people that don't want this alignment to happen. And yet they're fighting for kids, right? Other thoughts or feelings?
When you say journey, you mean that our board could continue to work. Right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
not sure that we were all on.
The agreement for now is just this 2-day and to support your leadership team with the language. If we get to that point, I will submit an implementation timeline that will have a month-to-month what we realistically believe is doable. That would require at the minimum board officers and the superintendent. And if the superintendent has someone she's going to lean on, that person, because if she occupies her whole time on this, she's not gonna be able to do her job. So superintendents typically solicit someone in their team to be able to handle the day-to-day. Imagine this. Just imagine what this looks like. Can you imagine getting your board packet 7 to 10 days in advance? Reading your board packet, submitting your questions about the inputs and outputs, and then getting a response from your leadership team at the board meeting with everybody already on the same page. All your questions, you've already read it, you've submitted your questions. They've had time to prepare to respond to your questions. Oh, let me add another one. Can you imagine that those questions you ask by email are already in the board book for everyone in the community to have read them? Can you imagine that? So that if somebody says, hey, you ain't doing nothing at the board meeting, you ain't asking questions about this and about that. Oh, well, have you read the board book? All the questions are in there already. Did you watch the board meeting? Let me direct you to minute 36 point whatever. You'll see how the staff responded to that question. Can you imagine a board meeting that lasts less than 2 hours?
So much better.
Yeah.
It's so much better. Thank you. It
So
is
let's
better.
line up all the pieces. Can you imagine a board meeting that lasts less than 2 hours and you can articulate, these are the outcomes we're focused on. These are the adult outcomes we're focused on. These are the student outcomes we're focused on. And every input and output, I can directly connect to that. Can you imagine that? Think of the less stress you have as a board member, and think of the less stress they're gonna have. Because the research is also riddled with, if you let them do their job, they're very likely to be able to get it done.
And then also being at a board meeting where you're kind of getting in the weeds and saying, hey, this isn't our role.
That takes time.
It takes that, but it's beautiful when it happens.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you said that.
Because
that,
then
by
the
the way-
lawyer doesn't have to do it.
Yeah, by the way,
Lord, just-
your lawyer and your superintendent should have to do that. You put your superintendent in a super tough position when your superintendent has to say, hey, this isn't your role.
Yeah.
That's not cool. Really, that you as a team create that accountability to the board. And that, by the way, comes to what we're gonna talk about after lunch. There are board guardrails. And those are norms that you as a board get to decide and hold yourselves accountable. All right, I think we're time ready for lunch, right? I know it's a little earlier, but I think we're ready for lunch. How long do we want for lunch? Do we want 30, 45 minutes? 4 hours? You want an
You're gonna
hour?
go sub in the art class next year? I knew you were. How did you know?
How long do you want for lunch? 30, 45 minutes? 45? Okay. We're good with 45. So then let's just say that clock is it's at 11:50. So
11:30.
11:35, 10:48. 11:50? You want almost an hour? Let's do 11:50. I'm sorry, 12:50, right? I'm sorry, you say go with 11:50. Okay, 11:50 and then come back at what time? 12:30? Yes, sir. 12:30. We'll see you back. That's a good question. Yeah, I mean, I would like to end up with it. So as long as- yeah, as long as we're not discussing-
It's like, just make sure you don't discuss. That's really incredible.
Let me do like, you're looking up.
I went back to the classroom to the second grade this year, so I have not.
How's that been for you?
It is, I need to bring out. PhD brain, or memory brain, being in a classroom, they don't know what to do with the leadership of can do this there. Here, I'm like, I
No.
now I know too much in too many places. And I don't know what to do either. I'm awake at 4 a.m.
Not sleeping much?
No. Right. Their district stuff. Yeah. But we started. They are, and working on being. So.
Oh, wait, I actually do have that. Yeah.
Okay. Full time family, full time work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I have one.
Hope you take care of yourself.
Yeah, we laughed at them, had a best of it today.
They do that for fun or what is?
Oh, yeah, so, interesting class, enough, so like, teaching school, and it's a public school, and a public grade. The school is, or it is designed, they would like, open, flexible, and, stories, pictures, are the whole thing, that teachers and students would bring what's happening. But it is ran in the same way as every classroom. Curriculum is, it's not, they're in their third year though, so they're not, they haven't figured it out yet. So that's frustrating in my brain too. No, this is what I signed up for. How do I make it what I signed up for? And when you get to a certain level, you range like, okay, I can do whatever I want. But I don't have time. I'll have this. Something people know. Yeah, so I'm not promising that I have work. So I will be one.
After this, I'll be trying to study the we've been acquiring a library.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Nice to meet you and thank you so much for coming out. I have to take off for some work commitments that there's no way to like move them.
I
around.
understand.
So.
Well, nice
yeah,
to meet you too.
thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Of course.
I think, is it Carmen?
So everybody knows the board retreat is recessing until 12:35 for lunch.
It's not part of our- Although.
Yeah, just for Saturday. The breakfast was good last year. That part was fun. There's like goes and well, for the, oh, maybe it was the same for the delegate thing as it was for the other days. I don't know. It's fine. It's not like great for Saturday, but thanks for taking. Oh. Okay, well, there you go. Two birds, one stone. They got me a special veggie one, which I'm very excited about. Yeah.
After that.
Veggie.
Look, I'm stockpiling my.
The things that like excite teachers.
Well, we.
Not gonna eat or what?
5 more minutes.
No, I did not put the email on. I did look this morning, so.
Are different iterations of it. I would not say we do it with the delegate. But that's one of our goals this year is to.
In theory, it is great. Reality. Well, but to like do the first meeting for PowerPoint and data and families. Work. Right, so Thanks.
Great, your butters.
It's over.
Um, Okay.
All right, thank you. Um, thank you for being back in your seats on time as we agreed. Well done. There is this concept called parallel processing that we do in governance. And it's to say that um, my beliefs drive my behaviors, which get me my results. My beliefs drive my behaviors, which get me my results. And so this parallel processing, this idea of it is that how the board conducts itself would run parallel to the results that it gets in its school system. It's philosophical, it's ideal, but it can also make sense in some areas. So for example, a board that starts its meetings on times, honors its word, has high levels of integrity, is modeling for the rest of the school system how to conduct itself. So here's a negative way of looking at it. If we're looking at a board who has high conflict, bless you, is very disrespectful to the superintendent and the administrators, then we shouldn't be surprised, and bless you, shouldn't be surprised if the board is doing that to the superintendent does that to the administration to the campus leaders to the teachers, and teachers to the students. But a board that conducts itself with high levels of integrity in the little things, becoming fully present in its behavior, then we could also make the argument in that round, in that way as well. A board that starts its meetings on time, that honors its word, that says we're going to do X, Y, Z by X, Y, Z time, models for the rest of the school system what that can look like. So I'm just trying to get you to imagine what the final result could look like as far as putting this system into place. The board sets its goals. The administration knows which way to go towards inputs and outputs. The goals are being monitored by the board. Administration goes to the campuses and says, the board has prioritized these 3 to 5 goals. We're all moving in the same direction. Let's say early literacy is one of them. Then your elementary school campuses are going to know that the board is prioritizing literacy because it's monitoring the data points on it. Administration knows which way they got to move towards, and they have the backing of the board to go to the campuses and say, hey, this is a board priority. And by the way, the board is elected by the community. And so this thing has come full circle. Same way with any of your other goals that you have. Let's say we're going to talk about adult outcome goals in a minute. If you have a guardrail, something pertaining to safety, and someone in your school system has a problem with this focus on safety, then it also allows your administration to say, hey, the board has prioritized this and we have measurables towards this. We're all moving in that same direction. So what this looks like is that the measurables for your goals become campus goals because they now know which way to roll towards. So if early literacy becomes a priority of this board, guess what's going to happen at all those elementary schools, your pre-K, your kinder, your first, your second grade. If you're measuring them at 3rd grade, all of those grades leading up to that are all moving at that point because we're going to be marking the scores at that point. So when we say that we're going to be talking about goals in a minute, it's not to say that we don't care about all of the other ones and all of the other grades. We absolutely do. The thing is going to be that your administration is going to get to decide which ones are going to be the most predictive to get us to those goals. So let's practice a little bit. I want you to partner up, and I want you to have a conversation about a goal, a student outcome goal that you're passionate about. So remember, student outcomes is outcomes that are a measure of what students know and are able to do. Questions on what the assignment is. Have a conversation with your partner about a student outcome goal that you would be passionate about. And see what each one of you come up with. Okay? And it might not be a bad idea if we mix up. So a board member and administrator. And really administrator, actually, let's do it that way. Leadership, listen to the board member and see what they come up with. Because at the end of the day, this is going to be their work. Superintendent, you will have a say in it because you'll be collaborating on it. But really, let's see what the board comes up with. So leadership team member, partner up with a board member. And there's going to be 2 more prompts. So wherever you're at, I'm going to give you 2 more prompts after that. Okay. If each board member will go to the zone with their team member or team member, I'm gonna give you the next part. But before I give you the next two prompts, I want to make sure that we have a student outcome goal in mind. So who would like to share what they believe is a student outcome goal? Remember, it's measure of what students know and are able to do. Who will share? Yes.
I said for the story what the population.
Good, so 80% on state exam. Any particular topic or subject or grade level you're thinking about?
Specifically.
Okay, so let's say, well, you said math or M. So pick one of the two, and I'm gonna explain why in a minute. Yeah, so which one are you gonna pick, math or ELA?
Yeah,
All right, cool, so we're gonna say ELA. What did you come up with? Okay. So how would you measure that that's something they know and are able to do? How would you measure that? How would you know where to start? How would you know where to do? What that's what they say, good. What output would they say? Do y'all have that? No? Maybe? So good, I want you to wrestle with it. So write that one down for now, and then what do you got for?
I'm representing my board members.
She has the right verbiage today.
So we're looking at by April 2023, all third graders will be at or above grade level in reading as much as that.
You're the advanced course. That's the smart. We're working with the smart goal. That's very well done. So tell us why that is. That is, and that is the perfect one. So you said that is the standard. That's where we're heading. Why? How did you come? Why did you go that direction? How did you do it?
A lot of experience before I got here, but why we went this direction is because we have to have a specific target, a specific group that is going to be, we're going to be chasing after a specific subject. In this case, we're looking at reading. And we want to have it finally and achievable, and we know that at the end of the year, and we said April, not May, because through experience again, we've learned that May is more of an autopsy and not allowing us in April to do the summer work that we need to do for some of the interventions. And so that's where the by April 2023, all third graders will be at or above grade level. We want to make sure that we capture the proficiency, but also extend to our students that are already coming to proficiency, because we're always looking to grow. And that's measured by the need to have that reliable and viable assessment that allows us to really understand where that growth is. And we can.
Let me say, Lord, this is what you are to lead that work with the team. But the way her mind is working, and Dr. B having a conversation with you too, right? The way your mind is working as well. You want to get to a point to use the board to set a destination, and you allow your fine-tuned surgeon here. The art of being a superintendent, be the one to help get you to where you want to get to. So the goal that she's describing, the student outcome goal that they're describing, is where we're going to get to a little bit. But I want you to wrestle with it a little bit more. So what they know and are able to do also, it's not in here, but it's also what do you fund it? What is the state and the Fed giving you money for? Are they giving you money for athletics? Are they giving you money for reading, writing, mathematics? What are they giving you money for? Are they giving you money for a little bit? So let's wrestle with it a little bit more. Now I want you to do this next one because y'all are advanced, you already got there. So I think you'll be able to get there quick. But the other three things, I'm gonna let you work through this. I want you've written down what the goal, student outcome goal that you're passionate about. Now I want you to think about an input and an output. This is kind of where I'll ask you a question. This will help you as a board member really dive in and begin to understand how all three pieces are connected. Leadership team, supporting board members. This is where you demonstrate your skill set and why you're the educators in the room that they will lean on. So board members, think about an input and an output that can help get you to your student outcome. And when you struggle and you really get stuck, then look to your leadership team and see what thoughts and ideas they have. What they All right, let's grab a seat. Let's grab a seat. So as you were visiting with your partner or writing on the chart, what did you notice? What did you notice? Excited and inspired about being able to work on something we're both passionate about. Thank you for sharing. Who else? I'm looking at the board first. What came up for you?
Compatible with these SMART goals, and on top of it, I'm like, yes, this is good. Talk about what is and where we should be headed, and then also back in the classroom, I was throwing reality at her. Like, this is what it actually feels like right now to get to these things.
Conversation. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Anyone else on the board want to share? What did you notice while you were with your partner writing on the board? Very good. Thank you. Yeah. If you got to listen to anyone on the leadership team use this SMART goal type of format, what did you feel? What did you think about that? That they speak this language? By the way, let's say, what does SMART stand for? I totally skipped over that. What is SMART? Specific? Realistic? Yeah, in time realm. So specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time bound. So that SMART acronym, we're gonna roll into in a minute. Because we're gonna put all these pieces together. Actually, not in a minute, several minutes. Because I'm gonna give you an opportunity to practice one more time. So what I did is I asked you to identify an outcome that you're passionate about, right? Students specifically. I asked you to work on identifying inputs and outputs. And then here in a minute, I'm gonna give you some data, mock data, and I wanna see what you come up with. But I wanted you to wrestle with this concept. The inputs and the outputs connecting to the outcomes, I was able to visit with each one of your groups. Looks like there's really good dialogue on it. I do want, before we proceed, come to the leadership team, see what your thoughts were, what came up for you when you were working on this activity with the board.
I think our board goals are not far from our personal goals.
There you go. Our goals are not far from the board's goals. Yes, thank you. Who else?
Extend and say our values are very aligned.
Values are- The one you inherited from who knows who. Yeah. Anything else you noticed? Yeah. Anything else you noticed? Hmm. And because I got to witness a portion of that, the two of you were able to have that dialogue and gain a little bit more understanding about each one. And so it can be challenging to be an educator and a board member. I've got scholarly work that I'd be more happy to share with you all about the challenges that may be, because so much passion and so much experience, and then dare I say, maybe even some trauma from being in the classrooms and being on the front lines working with the most important populations to us, and then having to move to being a board member. There's a major distance between the two, right? So this work is to really understand not only the roles, but also to try to work to stay in that. Now, there is a lot of power in your experience that you have as an educator, and those of you that have been educators, because your opportunities will come when you're monitoring the data. And I heard you ask some great questions. You have experienced and seen things on the front lines in the classrooms that you can't lie to me, you can't BS me. So let's not play games. So that can be powerful too, but if it's in the spirit of collaborative, in the spirit of you are the educational experts and I'm leaning on you. But I also have this responsibility as a board member that I want to trust you, but also got to verify, because that is my role. And so when we gain that understanding, the dialogue is so beautiful in a boardroom that also I need to introduce this concept that I haven't introduced yet. Right now, I dare say we're probably trying to make sure there's a safe space between the leadership and the board. The goal here is going to be to move you to a brave space. And a brave space means that we might rub each other a little wrong here and there, but me speaking my truth to this topic isn't necessarily that it's personal against you. It's that I'm so fired up about this topic that we've got to have some uncomfortable conversations about we're either getting there or we're not. And if we're not getting there, there's going to be some uncomfortable conversations. A brave space means that I'm uplifting the voices of people that are voting for me, that are supporting me, that are holding me accountable as a board member. And a brave space from the administration is also to say, hey, board, really not the leadership, but superintendent, to get to a point to say, you're not allowing me to dictate the inputs and the outputs that I really believe are going to get us to that outcome. I once heard a board member say, we are handcuffing the superintendent. And when we handcuff the superintendent, we are really not allowing them to get the job done. I am willing to take a stand and say, I'm no longer willing to handcuff the superintendent. And that looked very differently from them than it could look for somebody else. So we got these understandings, and I put up another slide, which is to really bring the SMART goals into a format that I'm going to ask you to work on next. We want to make sure that you have a starting point in your goal. We want to make sure that you have an ending point on your goal. We want to make sure you have a starting date, ending date, and I want you to be specific to the group of students. So I love over here is very specific. You said 8th grade, right? Yeah. So over here, 8th grade, over here, 3rd grade. What was that group over there? Yeah, there you go. Good. So want to make sure that we narrow down to a group of students who will be impacted and or who are being measured. And then measure, which is the instrument assessment or other means used to quantify something. This is how we're going to move this work forward. So I'm going to go back to the slide in a minute so you can have it. But I do want you to look at some examples of what pretty good SMART goals look like. And you will notice that those descriptions are on there, that you have a specific group, that you have a start and an end, you have a starting percentage and an ending percentage. So let me go back again, make sure you got them. Starting point, ending point, starting date, ending date, population and measure. So tell me on this first one, percentage of students from our pre-K program who enter kindergarten ready will increase from 20% in August 2019 to 80% by August 2023. Let me ask the board, who is the targeted group of students? Very good, preschoolers. What is the baseline data, the starting point data? 20%, very good. What is the starting date? Good, August 2019. What is the ending? Where are we going to be at in 5 years? 80%. That is the end percentage. And by when are we going to get 80%? Very good. So this is a SMART goal. Imagine when you adopt 3 to 5 SMART goals, you're going to tell your community, these are the 5 that we as a board came up with. We're not just telling you, hey, we want all kids to do well in Phoenix Elementary. That is a great goal, but tell me how you're going to measure it. And tell me how you're going to demonstrate to your community every year that you've done it or that you haven't done it. This right here, SMART goal, is very specific. You're also, I get it, right? Again, so let's go to the second one. Percentage of graduates persisting in second year post-secondary will increase from 25% in 2019 to 50%. Who is the targeted group? Students. Your graduates. Yep, your graduates. Who is the specific? I'm sorry? Yeah, you're right. Graduates persisting in second year post-secondary. Who is your target audience in the third example?
High-performing campuses.
Mhm. And the last one, who is your targeted group? Very good. Let me show you some examples that are not so good. I'm the kind of learner that I always like to look at bad examples. I used to work as a detention officer at a juvenile facility. We would tell the young people every morning, a bad example is a good example of what not to do. These are bad examples. Why are these bad examples? Let's go with the first one. Why is the first one a bad example? Free for all. Students will improve academic. Which students? And by when? We don't know. Why is the last one not a good example? Yes. What is quality? Great catch. You ready to practice? Okay. I'm gonna ask you to go back to your teams that were at each one of these, and I'm gonna ask you to use the next page behind that, on that easel. And I want you to look at the Lone Star ISD. ISD is Independent School District, those are Texas terms. I want you to look at the Lone Star ISD data. And I want you to identify at least one goal that you believe, based on that data that you're looking at. Again, I want the board member and leadership team combo. I want you to have a conversation about what jumped out at you and where, if this was your data, what is at least one of the goals that you would prioritize? And you put all the pieces together, put it in SMART format. Don't worry about the inputs and the outputs. Just give me a SMART student outcome goal. And I'll put the examples back up there in a minute so you have it. But look at the data for a little bit.
Yeah, I've noticed you've been switching colors.
And whenever you're ready, not now, of course, but you're still looking at it. Go ahead and make your way to the easel and have a conversation with your partner and partners. See who you're gonna prioritize. Come up with at least one.
Oh, yeah, let's get on. Let's get on. Perfect.
Did you get a PD? She loves PD.
Actually do.
Of course you do.
But that's pretty good. It's not good. I'm playing with it. So.
Yes. By the way, STAR in Texas is the state standardized test. And the numbers are those that met or exceeded.
Choose our.
We're just doing Lone Star.
Yes. Okay. This will start. Yeah, and just Lone Star is the not joyful. Have a conversation with everything. This is the ultimate priority. Because it's important to get 1 to 5, but I'm just saying, let's see what it looks like to come up with more. And if you don't agree, put strength on each other. Like, this is why I don't agree with that. That's how we get a friendship.
So how are you looking at comparatively 39% of all.
Get it. This is
Oh, you're gonna.
the project we're working on.
More.
Yeah, so there's missing, right? You're missing. Only if there's like 3 economic disadvantaged kids, that just means 1 out of 3. That's not when they said it. So in terms of a smart goal, let's say, right, and then we do 22 school, all the subgroups will be challenged and scientific level of achievement STAR as measured by 20. So you can make that as well. You can also look at gaps. All students have a distance by 10%. There was just 3%. Now it's moving back up. So you can also say by the 22 school year, economic students. Or the gap between economic students and students will be cut. So it's a 12% gap. So yeah, just from the reading, you can make a whole bunch of others, but because it's a data set that we can align all things. But yeah, you do have an app, you want to refer to the same thing with an app. And then the college pretty much I don't know how that thing is. There's something in the box that you check right on the report, which just says yes or no. But yeah, so then you need to set.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, but that was one of the.
Let's start with.
This was the-
Right. Well, that would give you 5 years to get up to 4, 2, 3. Even if you like, let's say. The higher. But you have to make. And those are the 5, right? You're single. We have stable. If it was in a year, yeah. it would go 39. Well, this is where I have kind of. One more I take this one. They come here, more happy to. You can see the. Then you can use. There's something that happens. You're saying the following year for 27 and 30. Let's say. So if you look at the, we're in 25 or 26, how much is it?
In a way that.
So the gap will go for 4%. Probably do better. So. That's in your responsibility. Well, it's not because of the issue. Our role at the we're just gonna assume before you get in. We're gonna tell that in the meeting or I'm back to the 5. You're not only there would be no. You're also going to. The other one that they. Let's say one. Well, So that is in the manual, you'll see it one month. So then it will be in the formation for the department. This cohort. You all, like, everybody have the letters of the law. We don't know, hey, it's not about it. Too much. Just focus. Throw that. So I say it's just like that.
We gotta get smart over here. This is gotta get smart. Go, how are we looking over here?
I want community to know what that's currently. And, so what is my thinking? Where is it currently? What is the baseline person, what is the, and where do you want to be? Where do you want to be? So that's your, so that's your in your ego. And what is it? So, you've got all the budget, but you see the justice. You know, how short the system is so far. So when you think this, because you one of those adjustments and then you're smart. Because remember, you take it to your community, you want to clear it. You got all the bones there. Then you want to put it in the form of similar to there is that there's so this is not going to be your third grade. This is third grade. I'm not a trophy at 8:30 at night, so please know that we all have our things. What will happen is that will happen.
Yeah. We're gonna have to start
You're
giving her
cheating.
coffee too.
You've seen one of these before, haven't you?
But
Well, then you're ahead of the curve.
Stuff, though, I can't get enough of it.
I like the whole role thing. Once you get to the goals, I'm out. I'm the lawyer one. I'm the legal. This is what this is what the board does. But this is all simple stuff. By doing this, we just got to remind them in Mhm.
Yeah, when it becomes.
Yeah.
Look at it, but get some type of smart goals.
Look at that over there.
I know these two are advanced courses.
Yeah.
Them two, look, she even got specific student goals.
Then,
They're right.
Was that one yours?
Let's do a break, that's okay? Back at 2.
Or at least we haven't been sitting all day.
I don't think that's audit. Well, it's pandemic.
I didn't say something. Oh, you have a pulse, a teacher.
Yeah, that's what's I gonna be about.
Right, even if I took your thought, it becomes something else. I think today's one of the first.
How about
Oh, we're like saying, don't need to do this, so, but we would like to do it bigger. And make it more than right. I don't have to think really.
when these things are there, the one thing, if I go up to the, everyone's gonna look at this. Well, what are the board do? People that are thinking of American, they're there. Go with it, that kind of thing. And the rest of the community, that's it. And just because it's- So I don't want to. But I think, what I think that's the problem. Dallas does one more. That was the last one. Not about that.
Why I love.
But you're over here on the election contest. Good coach.
Who's contesting here?
The people who filed against Dick, Donald.
What are they complaining about?
No, we disqualify him.
Oh.
We pulled the Karen Mullen on.
Someone come up for me?
Yes.
I wanted to. Barbecue.
And I'm like, they are really good. And she was the sweetest. You know, when she left, she sent me a little.
Okay. So a lot of good group work. I was able to visit with each one of your groups. No point in going too much into how we ended up getting to the SMART goal because all of you have SMART goals. Very well done. You have a student group population you identified, you have a baseline, you have an end percentage that you want to get to, you have a starting date and you have an end date. That is a good SMART goal. And you did that looking at data. Imagine when you're able to do this with your own data. And for the board to be able to, my term wrestling with what would you as a board prioritize in your student outcome goals? How would you get to the percentages? You're going to have your baseline data. The fun part is what you experience right now is what would be a realistic end percentage to get to. So who would share their thoughts on why and how you ended up getting to your end percentage at the 5-year mark and what that conversation might have looked like with your partners? Very good. And so it seems realistic to you to get to 15 based on the prior data? Do you feel that it stretches the leadership enough to some discomfort to be like, we gotta work really hard to get there. Yeah, good, good. Who else will share? How you got to your end?
Yeah, that's gonna be 5 years to work with. We don't want to take 5 years from now in the same.
Very good.
We were also thinking that, like, the third way was about here, so really good. We get 5 back. So we go from 200 back around to 200. Subroofs, it just felt. Not right. In the future,
So not to use this,
significant.
so am I hearing that to not have a student group be your primary focus, but to have all? Are you still leaving a space to have conversation about student groups that might not be doing well? Would you create that space? Okay.
Have a subgroup and.
Good. Just a good transition to this team over here, because want to hear about y'all's journey on this. And I think this team is going to add to where you all left off right there.
Our board member had a very ambitious goal. Highly performing. And then after we talked, we really looked back at what's really. Had a subset of students. Higher levels. So you're aiming to, in 5 years, grow. And the idea is by focusing on the
So there's the magic of how the two teams have already, from all three that have spoken before, how all the dots can connect. Board, can you imagine again? I'm always going with, can you imagine? You don't even have to imagine anymore. You see what happens when you allow your leadership team to really lean into their role in this process because you own the outcomes. So what that final number looks like, you have to be ready to go to the community and say, we came up, we as a board said 50%. And the fun part will be for you to articulate and to explain to your community. It's not that we have low expectations. It's that listening to our leadership team, looking at what's happened prior to these years, looking at how many resources we have and don't have. This is realistic, and we feel that we're pushing our leadership team all hands on deck type of a conversation. So your community might not like these lower numbers, and you might hear from them on that. So you want to be prepared to do that. Your leadership team might be saying, oh, board, I think we're pushing it. And if you really want us to get to 80%, then we might need to cut out mariachi and football and all of these other activities we have in order for us to really get there. But the conversation looks very different because it's very fine-tuned. You get to make very conscious decisions. Now let's go to the other one because all pieces connect here. This team want to talk to us about how you got there and why do you have this timeline? Yeah.
We wanted to years, which was the one that so we did someone called
And you mentioned something about what is an average increase in improvement? Would you say one? Yes, yes. So as you explained at your board meeting into the community, research says, leaning on our educational expert, 5 to 7%. 10 is bending / breaking, right? Then you can explain that to your community. So this one, this slide up here, I'm not going to give it to you as a board as much right now because this is really the responsibility of the leadership team. They're called interim goals. That timeline broken down and those student groups, those are examples of what would go into interim goals. Those are the outputs that the staff is responsible for presenting to you. Board, your main goal is that one, establish SMART goals. Their job is to work off of the SMART goal and then come up with 5-year strategy, how they're going to get to that. Those are the outputs. They get to handpick. They get to have great conversation about what is the best possible inputs and outputs we can use to get to that data point that the board wants from us. What's happening is, board, you're telling them where you want to go, then they're going to go figure out how they're going to get there. And you also give them all this room for creativity without you dictating to them which inputs and outputs they need to use. That's part of that what could be hindering in some board groups. Leadership team, those would be SMART goals as well. And if you look, I haven't directed you to the back of the book yet, but definitions to all of these terms are in here. And there's examples which are some very simple examples of what interim guardrails are on page. Sorry. Look at that. You have your definitions. Yeah, there you go, page 12. You have sample interim goals, which are also SMART, but that's superintendent work. Board work, that's your heaviest lifting to set the destination. I won't go too much into that, because that's for down the road. Don't do that. Okay. Piece for today is making sure we get this final piece. The vision or your goals as a board. That is you saying this is the vision of our community. You also are responsible as a board for the values of your community. And that's part of your listening session. The vision are student outcome specific. Your values are can be adult specific, but they got to support your board goals. They got to support your vision. So these are what we call specific prohibitions on superintendent authority. Look at a guardrail like a river flowing, and you have to have a river banks to keep the water flowing in a certain direction. If there's no river banks, the water just all over the place. Look at the guardrails like the 10 Commandments, so to speak, thou shalt not. Given a very clear directive as a board of 1 to 5 guardrails to a superintendent is an opportunity for you to be able to have the conversations, as your colleague was saying, right? That if we're just student outcome specific, then what about all the other things that matter in the school system? This is the opportunity for you to be able to bring that conversation in. So I think it's just better to give you the examples of what superintendent guardrails look like. These are from the board to the superintendent. Somebody read the first one as an example of what a guardrail is. Yeah. Hold on. What if you're in the community and you're vetting these, right? Tell me, what do you care about? What do you see as opportunities for growth in our district? That obviously sounds like a board heard that conversation somewhere along the way. That they had the percentage of students in low performing campuses, those kept going up. So that board said, we're gonna put that as a guardrail because we're telling our superintendent that is something we don't want to see anymore. Now, here's the plus side to that. You're telling the superintendent, use all your creativity and whatever you think you need to do to go get it done. We're gonna stay out of your way. Be innovative and be creative. So while it's framed in the negative format, it's really for you to also provide cover for your superintendent. So that's to say, if your superintendent starts upsetting teachers in your school system because she's making moves to address that guardrail, you as a board are going to say, wait, but we told her to do that. And your goals and your guardrails are on the front page of your board website, by the way. Your goals and your guardrails are also ideally printed out here in the boardroom. That way everybody can see them. Because you'll notice in the manual that at some point, a really healthy board that's leaning into this, you've got your goals memorized. And each quarter, each year, you know exactly where you're at. That's a good, healthy characteristic. Somebody, Dr. Vink, you and I got the chance to chop it up, but will you mind reading the last one? So that board obviously heard about low performing teachers being in those campuses and nothing being done about it. So because that was a value of their community, that board said, we're going to put that in writing. And when that superintendent makes moves with teachers or principals in those bottom 2 quartiles, the board's, hey, you know, you mess with my friend that's teaching over at so-and-so, or so-and-so's cousin who's the principal, you just messed with their job. Where were they? Oh, they were in the bottom 2 quartiles. Oh yeah. Look at our website, look at our board meeting. We as a board gave that directive to the superintendent. We gave her free rein to go get it done. It gives her cover. Questions or thoughts on what guardrails are? These are non-examples. I told you, bad examples are good examples of what not to do. Why would keep parents happy not be a good guardrail? Yes, there's no way to measure. And I'm glad you said that because yes, superintendent guardrails have got to also have measurables, just like the goals. And they could be 1 to 3. Why would do not fail to hire Mrs. Johnson be a good guardrail? Yeah, right? We'll leave that out for tomorrow.
But I think the second bullet is also a good example that kind of talks about the role of the board and the role of the administration. It's like controls all low performing campuses. Yeah. So the guardrail that was placed on in the previous slide, which is figure out how not to keep, lower the amount of students in low performing campuses. Well, that's one way of doing it, right? But that's the board telling the administration how to do it, as opposed to letting the administration figure out from getting from point A to point B.
There's one more that's the slide's not up here. Board, there's also guardrails for yourselves. The difference between your guardrails and the superintendent's is that they're not measurable. They are what you would call board norms. And so you would have a conversation as a board as to what things do you want to adhere to. Example of a board guardrail, it's our board shall not spend less than 50% of our time at board meetings focusing on student outcomes. An example of a board guardrail is the board will not engage in micromanaging day-to-day operations of the district. And those would be personal for you, or also if there's things that you've seen before and you never want to see them creep back into your boardroom, doesn't mean that you have to have been doing them. It just means that this is something that we as a board are saying we don't ever want to see a board conduct themselves in this type of behavior. Right? Don't, what else? Oh, another one. The board shall not allow more than 18 months to pass without a review of the board policy procedure. So that you as a board have a time frame of how often you are reviewing your own board policies. And you know them really well. So most boards are anxious to put guardrails on the superintendent first. If you do this work, we'll do the board guardrails first. Because the board will lead the way on them. Questions or thoughts on board guardrails? Establishing board norms. No? Okay, we have done a lot today. We talked about why school systems exist. We gave ourselves a rating of how much time we spend on student outcomes as an individual and as a board and as a district. We talked about inputs, outputs, outcomes. We talked about student outcomes and adult outcomes. We talked about student goals. We briefly talked about interim goals. And we briefly talked about guardrails. What is one word for you to describe what you are feeling right now? One word. Or thinking. What are you feeling or thinking right now? Alignment? Structure. Right. Inspire. Collaborative. Hopeful. Clarity. Thank you. So this can be the norm for board and leadership team. An alignment coming, clarity coming. A lot of people can do a lot of good work. We call this a harvest. What are you taking with you for today? Out of everything we've discussed, everything we've done today, what are you taking with you? Expanding the skill set. Adding tools to your tool belt. The tools are coming tomorrow. Yeah. Well, what are you taking with you today? Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. Whose behavior has to change first? Mine. We will get to the point where the board will watch its board videos. We'll be able to code them to the percentage of time they spend on student outcomes. The board, you also get to a point sooner rather than later that you will provide feedback to one another on how you're strengthening your muscle on monitoring the inputs and outputs. And the victories you will celebrate when it sounds like you've got all the makings of the team that's going to improve student outcomes. The celebrations that you'll have to plan for, not only for internally, for your teachers and people that are on the front lines doing the work, also the students and your community partners. To spend more time there. I heard y'all talking about it. I heard some of you talking about that earlier. Imagine when the time is focused there versus on what are we measuring again? And are we there or not? When that clarity comes, there's a lot of celebrating that comes with it, behind it. The heaviest of lifting will look like this. I guess from us at the end, we're done about an hour early, if that's okay with you. Yeah. We will.
I could talk for another hour. if you
No,
want.
you're not. You're not. We will pause here. I'll ask you again tomorrow. What time are we convening tomorrow? You call it. President Drew. 9:30, okay? All right, we agree to be back here at 9:30 and our seats ready to go. All righty.
Yes, I would just recess till tomorrow morning.
There you go. Very nice to meet you.
Are we back to the teacher meeting?
She definitely wants to split up the. Her thing is, she would do her regular.
What's Devin's name?
Are you gonna go to?
Yeah. I haven't seen my dude in a minute. Where do y'all get the,
Oh, because I was gonna tell you too about Sophie, not being able to kick off
after that?
at 4:30. What time does your team start at 4?
I think it's, yeah, I think it's from 4 to 5:30. How far apart are they from there?
Devin isn't supposed to do it.
I don't know. Yeah. How far is that?
That location from here?
Yeah.
I did. I needed to do.
And how far is that one?
Oh.
Sorry.
But it's set up with.
What's that one?
Yeah, with our superintendent, for the state of Arizona. Which is another board member of the neighboring school district.
Cool.
Invite you. Kate.
Yeah. Thank you. I gave my word to Kevin.
Yeah, that's fine.
If they end up staying there, this is till 5:30. If they end
Oh,
up
okay.
staying there, want someone, let me know.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, anything to know.
Where are you guys staying? down here?
Or we go to.
Downtown?
We're,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're at 18th and downtown.
Oh, nice.
That was a really good, yeah, we had to find out.
Oh, no.
He went no 9 flights, I wasn't sure.
It's not fun. We're not confused for the day.
Right.
And you were very nice for being told you have to go to 4 flights. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't having a really good business for you.
I don't know. What do we have to?
Be on the plane. But I enjoyed the fine.
Bye.
Grady, we'll see you tomorrow or
Okay.
later today.
Yeah, y'all let me know.
Oh, chips make you lose the power.
What's this thing that we're going? Oh, it's the ASM. Yeah. We got time to go to the.
Yeah.
We're together.
And I'm not having to work as hard. Yeah, I don't know. It's just.